good? Excellent, we're good. Beautiful. Okay, hello and welcome everyone. Today we are going to keep on building a Dyson Sphere. So yeah, we'll get as far as we get. It's just something pretty low key. Yeah, let's get started, I guess. Okay, so where were we up to? Right, just getting some of the pocket crafting research out of the way. Right. Okay, so we've got steel smelting happening. So we're at the fabricator. Matrix slabs. Okay, I think we're starting to build towards red science. So oil extractors require steel and plasma exciters. So do I have a production line for that? No, I do not. Typical. Predictable, love it. So that's prisms and prisms and magnets. Okay. So I haven't unlocked flight yet. So it's our nearest stone. So over this way it seems. Got a little bit happening there. I think we're also moving towards drone distro, which will make this whole belt catastrophe that's happening a little bit easier. Okay, so we do have prisms. This is what I get for not making notes, which I really should, but hindsight's 2020. Right, over here. Okay, so I think we're gonna come over here, and then that's where I'll build the prism assembler. I think it's an assembler anyway. Cool, let's get started, because that's my... Yep, so I've got my mag ring belt over there. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of that. Okay, so just making sure... Yep, so it's assemblers. Do I have at least one in my pocket? Yeah, I do. Okay, so I can probably fit a belt through there. Well, not the most efficient, but make do. Okay, so how are we gonna finagle this? Yeah, anytime you're making belts cross over, it's usually a sign that you're on the wrong side of something. So I think it's going to be easier to put it in on this side and then have it come out the other. Sure, let's whack that down there.
Upgrade complete.
Okay, flight mode, excellent. Typical. Need another spacer belt. Alright, cool. Oh, I've already got a little bit of a graphics bug happening there. Excellent. so I think I'm going to end up building it parallel, yeah. Okay, plasma exciters. Right, we can fly. Okay, let's get back into it. So, yeah, at some point I'm going to need foundations, but probably not right now. I think I am probably going to want to start moving towards this. Yeah, battlefield analysis space is pretty handy to have, but the thing that I'm really after here is the signal tower, because that'll just let me concentrate attacks in an area well away from my base. So in the interim we get some of that. Turret requires combustible unit. Cool, that should get us out of trouble for a bit. Okay, so we go on with this. Okay, and yeah, so I'll probably pocket craft the first couple of these for no other reason than that I don't need to really build them en masse. So get that out of here. Right. So steel production. I think I decided I was going to have that put somewhere over here, but I definitely need more power poles. Yeah, I think I decided, yeah, so we're going to use the yeah, so I'm going to chuck it over here. Yeah, as a result of which I can go, don't have enough iron.
Flight mode.
I'm definitely going to want to work towards like mech fueling as well. Cool. Another little milestone. Where's my iron output? Right, over here. Let's grab a stack of that. Right. Grab a few of these.
Replication complete.
So in general I found that hydrogen fuel rods are probably the best way of like fueling in a lasting fashion. I'm definitely going to want to do that before I start looking at interplanetary flight. Cool. Let's take a look at the upgrade tree and see where we're at. Okay, so that's a pocket crafting one as well. Yeah, let's. So yeah, getting towards the point where I need red science to get towards anything more like complex and detailed. So do we have mining machines? No, of course we don't. Can't pocket craft those. Let's steal some mag rings off the belt. Just need a couple.
Flight mode.
It's nice and far away from everything else. And probably don't want to mess with that crude oil seep for now. Realistically, by the time I am getting to the point where I'm actually utilizing it, the iron's probably going to be gone, but it's still just bad praxis. Excellent. reach. So 6 of those. Right, I can downgrade all of those. How many of those do I have? 2. Am I producing those? Probably not. Yeah. Cool. So these require effectively doubling up. So in the meantime, we can start building that out. Go get 'em, you good things.
Replication complete.
Inevitably I will have missed one. There we go. So do iron through these.
Research complete.
So 3 spare of that. Right, so
Flight
some more
mode.
basic resources. Yeah, there's a lot of this. There's a bit of to and fro happening. So seem to be at a little bit of a surplus of things of this nature. So don't. Wait, I already need more iron. Excellent, beautiful. So just nick a couple of stacks straight out of here. So I think I will end up, you know, in this position where I'm overproducing steel, but it'll be useful in the long run. What else do I need? Yeah, bricks.
Flight mode.
Yeah. I think I can technically pocket craft them, but oh, right, got plenty. Excellent.
Flight mode.
Right. Oh, did I not grab circuit boards, did I? Right. Sounds like something I would do. Give these bad boys something to do anyway. Stand under this little umbrella for a second. Yeah, this is definitely not the most efficient way of fueling a mech. It's good to like have it running while you're just sort of standing around, but yeah, so a lot of the blueprints that I've got sort of just sitting in my blueprint book are ones that I've made. My theory is that like while you can go on the internet and get like efficient blueprints for this, that and the other, you are effectively cutting out a lot of the
Replication
like fun of the game, I guess you'd say. So yeah, let's go like this again. So that's all sorted. And I need a splitter for that. Right, so... Steel. Okay. Yeah. Unlike iron, steel does have to be created in a smelter of some description. Okay. So now that we've got that happening, we'll be able to get into some of the red science. Turret mass construction. Yeah, that'll let me spec towards signal tower. So, in general, I've found that like prototype drones tend to not be useful beyond like your like fairly early game sort of stuff. So it's not really worth investing a bunch of resources into like getting a supply line for that set up. Yeah, kind of speaks for itself. Cool. What else are we moving towards? Probably processors. Requires a fairly heavy science investment, but yeah, deuterium fractionation is well down the road in terms of where my priorities are right now. So likewise, solar collection tends to not like. It requires quite a lot of silicon, which technically I can fabricate out of stone, but that's super inefficient. So yeah, there's not a lot else I can do before I start getting red science happening. Let's see, get some of the vertical construction sort of stuff. Nah. Can certainly get some of this. It's mostly just that I'm wanting to make sure that my research facilities aren't just sort of like sitting around. Okay, so let's go get an oil extractor. So this is one of the things that sort of threw me for a little bit of a loop when I first picked up Dyson Sphere program, was that there's effectively an ideal ratio to make sure that you're not running out of like oil. You can you can feed the refined oil back into extractors to be able to you can feed like hydrogen back in sort of this like self-sustaining loop. Cool. More plasma exciters. Grab a stack of those. Yeah, stacks in tens. Classic. Gonna want about 3 of those to make that happen. So where are we going to put this whole scenario? So over there, I'm probably gonna not do for now. It's a little bit too close to this enemy base.
Replication complete.
Geez, I hope I have an alternative. Yeah, I think I'll put it over here, but then the that tends to be a little bit too far away from, because I'm sort of wanting it to end up over here so that I can feed it into the into the science. Yeah, like setting it up here will end up requiring a lot of foundations just to be able to accommodate the scale I'm going to have to work out eventually. That's not ideal. I don't really want to run transport belts across the entire planet to get that happening as well. So what I might end up having to do is build like my science processing a little bit closer to like here-ish, so that it's just less space to cover. So, yep. Welcome to the gameplay loop.
Flight mode.
And keep an eye on that threat meter as well. So yeah, while that happens, let's pause on that for a hot second. And rip this out.
Flight mode.
So that's where we're going with this. Cool. Let's put it down over here. Yeah. A lot of this stuff is just lessons that you learn over like period of time as to what's optimal and what isn't.
Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
Right, so I am gonna have to go attend to that real quick. Right, where are they going? Just yeah, pretty much headed straight towards me. It's nice and convenient, I guess. Stand here and hope we don't run out of power. The turret lasers powered entirely by like internal power, so we'll just chuck that energetic graphite into the reactor and see where that gets us. So we've still got 2 on the map. Where have they gone?
Flight mode.
Ah. They're breaking my stuff. Stop it.
Building destroyed.
Okay, and this is where auto reconstruction marking comes in kind of handy. So they break. Broke the power pole. Where is it? Cool. I don't. So I think it's that I don't have a replacement. Yeah. And yeah, because we don't actually have auto reconstruction marking. Cool. Like already on board, then yeah, we'll make everything a smidge more complicated, but it's certainly manageable. Can check happening. Today I'm drinking a chai tea while we play. Keep that hydration up, you know. Cool. So before we proper run out, I'm going to stand under an umbrella. Going for power. Okay, yeah, it's when I start charging the mech off it that we start having a little bit of supply problems. Waiting. I can probably mark these while we're... Yeah. I'm not being super picky about where I put belts at the moment, because again, when we start scaling this up to something pretty big, then I'm gonna have to rip it out anyway. So it doesn't mean that it won't cause some minor headaches for me at the time, but yeah, if I'm just sort of like sitting around, then that tends to be a little bit, well, it's unfun to watch for starters, but as well.
Flight mode.
Go grab another stack of those. Oh, just casually drops 200 there. Beautiful. And probably more transport belts while I'm over here as well. Okay. So, speaking of auto reconstruction marking, let's pick that up. Okay, so I believe there was a mention of oil. Building in the right direction? Yes. Cool. That's always nice. Oh, again. Go away. Yeah, I've got to do something about that. So, now I want to put in a couple of extra matrix slabs because it's starting to get to the point where it's you know, taking 5 minutes or so to get through things. Cool. Requires magnetic coils. And yeah, I need to make more power poles anyway.
Flight mode.
Yeah, this will all get a little bit easier when drone distribution is active, and I can just put it in my send me this list, and then it will just do it. Okay, so grab myself some of these.
Flight mode.
Actually, no, this is getting to be a little bit of a joke. So, I'll tell you what isn't a joke though. So that whole scenario. Technically speaking, you can burn energized carbon for
Replication complete.
fuel, but what I've found is that you end up not coming away from that as being energy positive. So let's chuck a splitter in here as
Insufficient
well.
materials.
Of course, it requires a foundation. Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful anytime you're messing around with the energy supply, because otherwise you end up sort of in this position where the entire thing stalls out. It's not ideal. That happening. Coal-fired mech, let's go. This will just prevent me from having to stand around for huge periods of time. Right, and go. Cool. So I think that's like 2 full tanks or something. Yeah. Yeah, longer term I can build hydrogen fuel rods and things of that nature to start overcoming the entire problem, but because that's well and truly like, you know, it requires red science. It requires a titanium, like a titanium input as well, which means that I need to go like extra planetary, basically. So requires where is it? Drive engine 2 requires core 2. Core 2 requires red science. Yeah, you see the problem here.
Flight mode.
Beautiful. Let's get started. Okay, production. Let's the extractor collection. Right. So let's go like this. Now, we do have to be a little bit careful about this because oil is a finite resource, much like it is here. So to hedge against that, I'm gonna build a tank to catch the excess. The output drops over a fixed period of time, so gotta get out in front of that. I could get around the entire issue by just not dealing with like putting the extractor in until like we're well and truly underway, but it stores 10,000 units, I think. So let's go. It's a concentrator, I think it was. Let's see, I think it was that one. It's not an X-ray cracker, it's plasma refiner. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Right. Oh, I'd forgotten this is the long boy. Okay, that's a set of 6. Which direction does it move? Quantity of facilities exceeds tech limit. Right, so I can't put that down just now because it's past the 150. Fortunately, about to finish up. Excellent. Love to see it. Could not have planned it better. Okay, let's put that down and then see. What's that message? Collide with other object and connection target can't be made. What's it colliding with? It's probably some kind of, yeah. Just collides with other object. That's very descriptive. Thank you, game. There we go. Let's put that bad boy over here. Okay, so it's taking... Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking with this. Like, past me's an idiot. Plasma refining. Right, gotcha. Right, let's now rip all that stuff out. So, yeah, giving it a descriptive name would be too easy. A lot of these blueprints are built with components that I haven't got unlocked yet, like pile sorters. So I think we're just missing the splitter. Alright, let's get a few of those happening. That's happened a few times. Okay, and these do tend to suck down the power a bit as well. So now that that's done, I think it was in extract refining, X-ray cracking. Okay, that requires red science. So I think it's red science is carbon rods and hydrogen, right? So so yeah, looks like I'm ripping apart that like small volume output there, like up a bit further, like up here. Yeah, planetary direction is kind of hard. Okay, so I want another couple of tanks. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, otherwise this is going to start running into bottlenecks pretty quick. Right, so let's... Yeah, so because that generates twice as much refined oil as what it does like hydrogen, we'll chuck 3 total tanks down. Perfect.
Replication complete.
Cool. I might have to refactor this at some point, but... Storage... So, do I have a source of coal up here? A little bit. Nice little treat. Right. I think I'm probably going to want a production line for Matrix Labs, to be honest. Yeah, this is, because I think this is putting in more oil than what it's taking. Yep. It's very, very gradual, but we'll start running into scaling issues. Okay, what to do, what to do. Okay, so I've got coal veins over there. Coal veins up here. Up there. Yeah, so I've got... Yeah, it's a decent number. Let's see. Dashboard. Yeah, so I'll just put in a small assembly line up there.
Flight mode.
Some of that. Come back. No, come back. Cool. So I'll give that a second to just generate some so I can put it in my pocket. Right, so this is now surplus to requirements. Let's yank that out. I'm gonna want to get me some glass. Iron and circuit boards. becomes less of an issue over time. Cool, let's start crafting. Yeah, let's just make the 7. Okay, so now that that's done,
Flight mode.
start doing some belt work.
Replication complete.
Okay, so we'll add another. Oh, this again. Okay, so cool. So we'll add a mass smelter over here. Is that the best idea I've ever had? Probably not.
Upgrade
Okay.
complete.
Cool, let's go. Okay, so now that we've got those production lines in hand, we'll chuck down some more matrix labs. So unless I can find a like output for this refined oil, it will eventually hit a point where it starts bottlenecking the entire scenario. So just gotta watch out for that a little bit. So let's get hydrogen happening. So now we'll chuck in a just making sure I'm on the right side of this. Right, so that's the brains of the operation going on up there. And yeah, I think I am going to want to scale up the matrix lab like processing a bit, just because it's taking a little bit to get happening. So with that in mind, I think we'll run it past like this. That whole don't build things on a meridian sort of scenario, that old chestnut. The way we're going to do that is go like this, and then like this. Just I love right angles. I want to put my matrix lab there. No, I can't. So put that there instead. one short. Wow, time really does fly. We're about 2.5 hours into this planet. Okay. So, now, what do we want first? So I don't think we're going as much towards to justify signal tower just yet. So, moving right along. So, finding something to do with X-ray cracking requires basic chemical engineering. Let's do that while we're waiting for enough red science to build up. Okay, that typically means that we're... Yeah, there we go. So, that thing I mentioned about this stuff sucks down power. So, just going to chuck in a couple more general generators. Jam some more coal into the reactor there. So who knows? Maybe they're onto something. You know, something coal good for humanity. Something. So yeah. So you eventually hit this point, right, where so everything starts slowing down. And which includes all of the inserters that fuel all of this. So it sort of becomes this thing where it effectively chokes itself out. Okay, so we need mag rings for that. I'm gonna walk because we're kind of running low on power right now. Yeah, so yeah, it just sort of kills power to your entire factory. It's not ideal. Gears. Rings, right. Cool, let's expand that fairly significantly. Don't think that's the bottleneck. Gears and iron. Yeah, I've had times where I've had to jumpstart my entire factory, which is yeah, not exactly ideal.
Replication complete.
Just got thrown over. Stop it. Stop. Yeah, I've found that if you get like too deep into stacks of reactors, then you start having like scalability issues. So let's see where that gets us. Yeah, so all of the inserters slow down. Yeah, so it'll start picking itself back up a little bit. Yeah, you can see the point where I started plugging all of this stuff in. So that's boosted it a little bit. But I am going to jumpstart it a little bit more by jamming a stack of carbon in there. So that seems to be having a little bit of trouble keeping up there. Yeah. Yeah, so this is that thing I was talking about where you had to like sort of jumpstart your own factory. Things of that nature. Okay, so I've got coal up this end as well, and I don't think I have any active plans for it. So, let's change that, shall we? Yeah, the like I can like exploit this until the cows come home, but it does eventually run into this problem where it's yeah, it's already starting to run out pretty quick. So if you can diversify your sources of that, then that ends up being good for everyone. Okay, so probably want so I've got another input that I can use for that over here, but it's kind of inaccessible. So rather than rejigger the entire like thing, I'll just start another one up here. Guess it'll pop up with an 8 at some point, but
Research complete.
okay, so now that's done. X-ray cracking will let me feed that refined oil and hydrogen back into itself in a 2-to-1 ratio to produce not only hydrogen but carbon. So that means that I can scale up red science a whole bunch more just by proxy of having a secondary source of energized graphite. As for whether I want that to be the first thing I do, that's probably not. Do I want reclamation just yet? No. Because that tends to be quite hungry on like both stone and steel, so if you don't have a clear use case for it, it's best to give that a miss for a second. But yeah, I think what I really want is probably mech core, because that'll get done pretty quick and provide a lot of tertiary benefits in the interim. See, com control would speed up that a bunch. Vein utilization. That's next after whatever I unlock here. So yeah, I think it's X-ray cracking. And then vein exploitation. Because yeah, you don't think of like 6% loss as being like particularly important, but we are dealing with like scale basically. So yeah, anytime you can sort of make an investment in your future self, you probably should. It's yeah, words to live by, you know. So yeah, I'm just gonna make this entire sector sort of like a power generation sort of environment. Right, so now we need the generator part of that. Yeah, eventually I'll get more like sophisticated like power generation methods, like fusion power reactors once we get into like deuterium production. But, yeah, certainly not a problem for today. Yeah, because yeah, you sort of get into like fusion power, which unlocks where is it? Geothermal extraction is a good bridging technology there as well. But so requires maglev. So let's unlock that next. Yeah, distribution logistics is great and all, but I need processor production, which should involve silicon. hydrogen fuel rod requires carbon. Sorry, requires titanium. Is it particle control? No. No, it's up here somewhere. Right, so, okay. So it is just self-containing that. So that's yellow science, which requires chemical engineering, which requires like stuff like sulfuric acid production. Let me see if I can find that somewhere. Yep, sulfuric acid requires like, yeah, so that's an outlet for refined oil, I guess, but you know, also like requires like water and stone. It's a fairly complicated process, which yeah, I think, yeah. So in light of that, I think keeping, like, you know, once I've got X-ray cracking happening, that will immediately mean that whatever gets produced from the hydrogen side of X-ray cracking can then be pumped straight into the chemical engineering side of things for plastic production, so that I don't have to find a way to utilize that. I can just keep the existing like energetic carbon production line just in situ there, like specifically for the production of red science. So I'm not trying to like dilute my own production lines there. Again, things you think wouldn't be, you know, that you wouldn't think would be particularly complicated. Okay, so I think we're hitting the bottleneck of red science output. So I can scale up hydrogen production pretty heavily, and that's not a huge problem as such, but realistically I'm probably looking at just sort of powering towards like gas giant exploration, which again requires yellow science, a thing that I haven't really started building towards yet. So structure matrix. Okay. So yeah, considering that, like that's an outlet for sulfuric acid as well, and I think is required for. Okay, so like carbon nanotubes, I think might be required for gas giant exploration in some fashion. Oh, turns out I'm wrong. It's reinforced thrusters, which is sort of over here. That requires titanium alloy. Where are we at? That's not it. So I'll put titanium smelting, titanium alloy. Titanium alloy requires sulfuric acid. Right, so all roads seem to be leading towards sulfuric acid production here. Yeah, distribution logistics really does make that a lot like more straightforward. And yeah, we'll be here all year if we just sort of wait for this to make its way through. So yeah, I think now that I've reinforced the power infrastructure so heavily, I can scale up the oil refining sort of side of things. So, do I have enough steel in-house? No. So, now that I've done that, so
insufficient materials.
Let's make a depot. Like in general, I try not to have huge amounts of material just sort of sitting around. It chews up power in your factory that you could be using for other stuff, and so let's say 10 stacks of that. And yeah, if it's just going to be sitting around in your inventory, then for this. Let's build one and see what we're missing. Plasma exciters. Probably circuit boards as well. Yeah, I can't see any in there. But yeah, it's offering to fabricate them out of stored, yes, thank you, stored stuff. Okay, so just grab a bit of extra fuel while I'm at it. I think I'll do the same over here.
Insufficient materials.
Yeah. It'll also let me tack on a like a distributor at the top of it once distribution logistics is done with. So now that that's underway, just wait for this to fill up a little bit. Just pinch all of the plasma exciters straight out of it. Circuit boards as well. Oh, pardon me. So I think we've been going for about an hour so far. Yeah, so we'll take a quick break in a second. Out of stone bricks or something. Yeah. If it's not one thing, it's another. Just excuse me while I fumble my hotkeys real quick.
Complete.
Yeah, so yeah, that's just moving at a crawl. Let's see. Let me see if I'm utilizing that properly. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm only barely making more hydrogen. So once that gets over and done with, that'll sort of solve one of those problems. So then I'll be able to pump that straight back in.
Replication complete.
But because I've already got one sort of hydrogen supply chain that's being utilized for that, I'm going to set up another one over here. Okay, am I going to have some problems over here? Yeah, one disadvantage of this specific design is that it doesn't like scale very well. Let's downgrade all of these. We're all done there. Yeah, you start having like belts running all over the place and it's that thing I mentioned about, you know, you start having belts crossing over and it sort of forms this massive tangle. Cool, let's get started. Come on, guys. Come on. I wonder if it's just a matter of... Yeah, so if I start scaling up the matrix labs, then it'll start running dry on hydrogen. And that's a bit of a problem when I've not really got an outlet for the refined oil there. So... Let's stack one on top here. Ah, I've only, yeah, so that's or that's only really being eaten by one, so that's something that I am going to need to rectify. Yep, very helpful. Yep, thank you.
Insufficient
Let's
materials.
see. Okay, so how can I get that running in a slightly more efficient fashion? Okay, yep, the fact that it's running like that is not doing me any favors. Cool, yeah, so ideally I should have it running in one direction, because it scales a little bit better. Let's put that over there. So if I... That's a bit of a hacky solution, but it'll work. Yeah, just wanted to uncouple those nice and quick so that I didn't start running into like problems with things running into each other. Which, yeah, as it turns out, I didn't end up avoiding anyway. So. And now, where's it going? Working as fast as it can. Maybe. And where's that outputting to? Yeah. So, again. Good lord. Don't tell my programming teachers. Cool. Sorted. Literally. Yeah, so one of the issues that Dyson Sphere program has is that it can't load onto a belt that's on a corner. You know, which is probably something I should have done something about. Right, let's fix that. So I don't think we're going to start running into issues there anytime super soon. Let's see. Yeah, seems fine. Right. So now that we've sorted that out, X-ray cracking, which I think we'll get back to probably after the break. So stay tuned, but go take a bit of a walk around, go cycle your fluids, go play with the cat, just do all of that good stuff, and be back with you in a hot second. Bye. See you in a few. Okay, welcome back. Hope you folks had a lovely break. Okay, so just before we get started again properly, let's do the ad bit. So this stream is made possible by viewers like yourself. Everyone hates ads, so let me just cut straight to it. So I'm currently saving for surgery. I'm getting it's surgery. It's kind of expensive, yeah. So that in particular is not ideal, but yeah, that's why we're doing it. Just getting it a bit on the grind. So if you feel like you want to make a donation to the stream, then please do so. Feel free to plug it on your socials, all that good stuff. And money that you spend doing this goes towards making sure that this ad is the only one you listen to. So at some point in the future, I'm going to do some stuff associated with like a Patreon or something like that, where you get like an additional bit of content every so often. And yeah, be trying to keep that subscription number as low as we can. Yeah, so yeah, if you choose to support the stream in that fashion, thanks. So right, so accidentally bottlenecked myself on that oil refinery set there. Let's see how we're doing for power. So getting there. The current power scenario, I'm probably going to want to move towards hydrogen-based fuel pretty soon. But yeah, in my experience, you sort of have to have a entire production line just for hydrogen that fuels generators, and then you have this issue of then what do you do with the refined oil? So so that's where X-ray cracking comes in. So X-ray cracking, let me just fill up with juice a bit, just really pushing the power grid a smidge. Yeah, so hydrogen fuel cells require not only a solid supply of hydrogen but also a solid supply of titanium. So we've got a decent supply of titanium off-world, but that requires me to be able to go there and then to supply that in some kind of a lasting fashion. So if you take a look over here, so that's got a absolute ton of titanium on it, but it's also got several planetary bases on it. So you know, that's then something I'd have to invest in a bit of defense infrastructure on there as well. Not insurmountable, but you know, so probably where I'm gonna start heading is over here, because it's also got a supply of silicon. This solar system's a lot more sparse in terms of silicon than really I'd like, so that's gonna make me push on the gas pedal a bit to start getting that happening. So I mean, I could always use the hydrogen that comes out of here, because I think we're running at a surplus over here now. No, we're not. So also look at the production tab here. Yeah, so yeah, definitely do need a bit more hydrogen running into this whole scenario to be able to sustain this amount of red science production. But that's going to be pretty important in terms of making sure that okay, need to fix that at some point. Yeah, but in fairness, proliferators. Yeah, I could always chuck some proliferators in, but yeah, that also starts clogging things up and sucking down a lot more power. So it becomes this delicate balancing act. So let's jump towards X-ray cracking. So this is something that I designed that effectively pumps refined oil back into its own system to be able to sustain itself. So yeah, all it needs is a solid supply of refined oil. Fortunately, we've got plenty of that. So I'll slam that down over here. Make the necessary adjustments over here as well. So got everything? Yep, cool. Oh, I'm out of transport belts. Okay, so we are sort of starting to run out a little bit of blue science, so I might have to scale that up. And that of itself is being gated by mag rings. So yeah, let's
Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
classic. Beautiful. Right, so 10 units coming. So let's do the bad again. Actually, I got a little bit of hydrogen in there as well, so that'll help out. Alright, so where are they going? No, too far. Move towards there. Oh, they're mostly sticking around over here.
Flight mode.
Oh, where are you going? No. Do a bad.
Upgrade complete.
Back over. Oh no.
Building destroyed.
Ah, crap. So, like, honestly, worst case scenario is that they take out the, production tanks there. Because once that spills on the ground, like, it's all over. Like, you just lose whatever that is. Okay, so I've had those destroyed. Not ideal. So let's fabricate some more.
Flight
Anyway, where was I? Mag rings. Speaking of, so that's kind of a knee breaker right there. Okay, so considering that that's the case, let's. Okay, and that of itself is gated by magnets. Actually, would that just get solved by me putting in another magnet foundry there? Let's find out. Let's see, production. It's that thing I mentioned about, like, there is a point where you have to start investing in defense infrastructure. And yeah, I think that point might actually start being like now-ish. Okay, that's at least pumping things out consistently. Let's see, so yeah, cool. Might add another one just to be safe. Sort of suck down all of that sort of stuff. Low density fuel, go brrr. Power, yep, that's fine for now. Okay, so I can either put another inserter in here, or I can just upgrade it with one of the level 2 inserters that I've got. I think that's probably the play. So let's grab some of those. Cool. it's bogging down the rest of the factory as well. Okay, so I might actually have to rethink the way I'm doing iron production right now. It would probably help if I actually put a recipe into that. Okay, does that fix the problem? Over the short term, yes. Might put a couple of proliferators in there, to be honest. So it feels like the kind of thing that I'm going to end up like using a lot of. You know. So I put a 6-item assembler in there. Okay, so that'll probably end up wanting its own redundant iron source, despite the fact that this isn't really at capacity or even close to. It's a bit of an insurance policy, really. So yeah, let's just steal everything off this belt real quick. It's one of the issues with running like main buses everywhere is that it's effectively gated by the overall production that's going into the belt, and then how fast the belt can transport that, because otherwise things down the other end up getting starved. Okay, so that's done.
Flight mode.
Yeah, sort of, yeah, it just ends up being this like vicious cycle of having like competing priorities. Yeah, you can like, yeah, the sooner you can get everything going off a drone distribution network, the better off you'll be, because you don't have to then like just micromanage like belt dynamics and things of that nature. Okay, so now that that's all done, so there's more that's going into this tank than what there is this, but realistically I'm going to want to load balance it so that I can add more like plants in here. And it does also need a bit of a supply of hydrogen to kickstart it, so let's steal some out of that tank. And yeah, let's put in a splitter. To, like join the contents of these two like belts over here. So yeah, that'll do there. As insurance over here. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to keep to a minimum the number of times I have to rip out parts of my factory, because they all end up sort of feeding in on themselves. So if I chuck a bunch of hydrogen over here, no, don't want that. Alright, conveyor. Oh, it's wrong end of the belt. Right. No, not like that. Not like that either. Okay, so... Jeez, I keep doing that. Okay, so that can then get pushed over into like a chemical plant. Question is how I'm going to do that while not messing up my belt structure, which you know, do I have a open port here? Okay, no, I'm gonna have to put in a splitter somewhere. Let's, if I want it running in here anyway. So, what else can we use hydrogen for? We can, like, put it all aside and use it for, shit, where am I going with this? Yeah, so, yeah, put it all aside and use it for, something else. Oh, not working on anything. So, engineering. So that only uses blue science, but I'm kind of running low on a bunch of stuff there. So, we go hydrogen fuel cell. Weirdly, I think we're actually moving more towards like drive engine sort of stuff. So let's get that happening. And I'm probably going to want a little bit bigger of a battery as well. So, what's that gated off by? Power? Yeah, it is. Okay. So, yeah. Again, I could put a bunch of work into generating solar panels off of that, but you typically have to have quite a large surface area to really adequately service that. So, it's the kind of thing where you also need an accumulator pipeline as well. So accumulators are, I think, sort of, yeah, towards here. It's energy storage, and that's well down my list. Let's start going on high efficiency logistics, which will let me move towards planetary. Yeah, planetary will let me scale up really significantly, but also has associated power costs. So, yeah, we're sort of hitting the point where elsewhere in the factory I'm going to have to scale that up fairly significantly too, particularly in terms of like mag rings and circuit boards, which will, yeah, require refactoring what I'm doing fairly significantly. But I'm also going to do signal tower. So I'm going to need to centralize my defense network pretty significantly too. But I also don't have the silicon crystals for that. So we go battery. Yeah, I think we go battery. As it is, I'm kind of pushing friendships with the entire like network. You have to sort of work in with this like thread accumulator as well. So the question is, yeah, so that's sort of just absolutely chewing down power. At least the input supply problems sorted for the time being. But, yeah, let's see. Okay, so magnets require, like, iron. So, yeah. Gets a lot easier when you've got planetary logistics happening, because you don't have to start messing around with, okay, I need to have, like, resources that are close together so that I can, like, transport belt them over. Okay, so, yeah, right, so one of the burning questions on my lips is, so is that, okay, so it's got 35-ish stored. Did I end up picking up vein utilization? Yeah, I did, okay. Okay, so I think we're good for research right now, but yeah, just adding in like a bunch of okay, I think this is probably somewhere where I want to start using like tier 2 belts. Do I already have tier 2 belts? Might do. No. Okay. I think I had, yeah, I had a couple of, like, tier 2 inserters, so, you know. Yeah, so this is this thing I mentioned about, like, you start hitting the theoretical maximum, like, belt utilization, because all of these are sort of going to waste at this point. So, where do we start? Okay, so I think this is around about the point that I want to start assembling arc smelters and mining machines and things of that nature on a little bit larger of a scale. So it's going to charge up real quick too. Yeah, my experience is that if you have less than a 800 megajoule tank going in, then you're going to have a bad time. So speaking of, it's now being gated by copper production, so let's check down another one of those. Yeah. Anytime you start having energy supply problems, it's a problem that starts feeding into itself. So, yeah, so that's kind of priority 1 there. And presumably I'm going to want to get that back out again, so just casually doubling that. But yeah, we're sort of, we're absolutely hitting this point where I kind of need the drone logistics side of things. And I can do spaceflight, like currently, but it requires like quite a large fuel source to be able to do that. And because hydrogen is a low density fuel of itself, you need a bunch of inventory space to be able to keep enough gas in the tank, and also to be able to transport back things in an efficient fashion. So these are kind of offline right now. I wonder how that oil storage tank's going. Okay, so not too badly. It's doing okay. Okay, so in terms of an order of operations, let's siphon this off into its own tank for now, and then create a depot to solve the like the bottlenecking issues here.
Insufficient materials.
Which is it's a kind of a temporary solution. I can also burn graphite, so that's worth considering as well. And especially if the graphite is a pure byproduct of this whole process here, then there's realistically only so much of a problem that I have with that. So it's a temporary workaround. So yeah, so now that we've got that in mind, let's spec towards distribution logistics. So, okay, so because we're going to an off-world planet, which I think doesn't have a lot of combustible fuel on it. Yeah, it's actually got none. So, and, wait, what? Okay, so the only way I can power this in an autonomous fashion is with solar panels. Great. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Shit. Okay. So let's get solar collection going after that. So if I take some copper and circuit boards with me, I can manufacture a few solar panels over there. And it also means that I'm going to want energy storage at some point, probably pretty soon, because you can have like effectively banks of solar panels that charge accumulators with the excess storage, then discharge when it's not facing the sun. You also have to factor in angle of inflection to try to figure out the most efficient storage area. Now, the other possibility is that I can go to the planet that's a little bit further into the into the interior of the solar system, but yeah, there's that then creates this issue of then you have to have defense manufacturing in situ. Why is that not equipped? Right, cool. You have to have sort of defense manufacturing in situ to be able to defend it, because otherwise you're going to spend your entire life going back and forward trying to solve that little problem. Okay, so in the meantime, I think I am going to go ahead and expand mag ring production, and I'm going to do it in a place so that I can scale it up and then load it into a planetary distributor when I get there, just to cut down the amount of duplication of work. That requires me to have an iron deposit and a copper deposit. So I think I've got, yeah, cool. Mass smelter. Okay, probably want the mining machine down first before I start doing anything. Oh, that's a nice rich vein that I can tap into. Okay. Had hoped to have it facing this way, but I don't think that's going to work. So let's go like this. Cool, so that's all of the appropriate length and stuff like that. Cool, I need some iron. Let's nick some iron out of here. Up to power while waiting. And then, yeah, then I can run the bus backwards over this way to sort of reverse engineer that, I guess you'd say. So we're doing magnets. Now we're doing much the same over here. Okay, right, shouldn't have walked away from that. I've been spoiled by things a bit further down the line. Okay, is that right? Hit as much as I can here. Foundation required from that direction and probably from that one as well, so let's go like that. Power grid. Cool. I think I need more arc smelters. Right. Need a foundation for that? No. Cool.
Replication complete.
Beautiful. So I'll connect it up. Yeah, you definitely do run through a lot of mag rings. So let's now I need a 2-item assembler. Okay. So because I don't have like distributed drones or anything like that, I'm going to be ripping out a certain amount of this blueprint just to make it function a little bit better, which you know, fine. Cool, that'll work from both directions. Excellent. those as well. Actually, no, I don't. Putting those in. Actually need is Tesla towers, which requires me to have mag rings. Classic. Can I manufacture my own? So I can probably just rip those out, to be honest. So I'll recoup some of the costs of this by virtue of that I can then disassemble the parts of the grid further down that like to remove the redundancy of bits that just sort of aren't working very well right now. But yeah, this is yeah, really putting the power grid under a lot of strain. So just, yeah, very, very suddenly adding a lot of additional assemblers is, yeah, it's not going as well as perhaps I would have hoped. But we'll thieve some of the inputs off of that to put together some more like power generation and go build that out. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, playing with fire there. So yeah, it sort of hits this point where it stalls, and I have run afoul of that like more than once. Cool. So more iron. Kind of urgent now. Cool. Do I need another redundant input for that? We'll see. Power.
Replication complete.
Yeah, might want to put together a blueprint for this at some point. Okay, that should help. That's a start. Let's duplicate that real quick.
Insufficient materials.
Okay, so I've got a copper vein getting in the way there. Crude oil seep there. There's a lot of just like really small veins that are doing not a lot other than getting in the way, but you know, it'll happen. Okay, I'll refuel from there. I'll stall out the factory. Okay. Okay, that's a lot better. Okay, so now in terms of... Yeah, I'm still not super happy with that, but
Research complete.
so what I'm going to end up doing, I think, is heading over to planet where I'm going to pick up all of my silicon, rather than using up my stone resources to manufacture it here, and then pocket craft them while I'm over there. God, what am I going to do about this? So, I could put another splitter in, but yeah, now that like general production's picked up, I think we're probably pretty right for now, at least. Okay. Okay, cool. That's yeah, well and truly fixed the problem.
Flight mode.
Okay, so that said, this is my mag ring production. So I'm going to take this apart down towards here. So let's do this, and then do this. Reverse the path on the belt.
Flight mode.
Do I have enough belts for this? Probably not. To make sure it doesn't start running through everything, I am going to run it across the ocean. I'm going to put it in here so that I can go like this. Okay. Yeah, I think it's probably really helped that I'm not really researching anything at the moment as well, so it's probably artificially depressing how much power the entire scenario's using up. Okay, so let's go. Go energy storage maybe? No, let's go signal tower. That'll then let me put in like just basic weapon system stuff, and I mean I can sort of set and forget the defense side of the factory for a second. Okay, yep, hovering's the same as just standing around, but it takes up twice as much power. Yeah, let's fill up with power while we've got a bit of excess. Cool. Now that'll start cracking along and start really ramping that whole thing up. Yeah, this is yeah, just slow as sin to fill up this way. What in terms of upgrades? I'm gonna want, yeah. Actually, while I've got not very much in the queue, I might chuck this in. Let's go get some circuit boards and things of that nature, and all of this happening. So I need steel for that. So I need about 200. Sorry, 120. I think the number was. Come on. Are all my hotkeys not working for now? Yeah. Who remembers?
Flight mode.
Yeah, I think I'm hitting the point where, like, to scale it properly, I am gonna have to start putting in level 2 belts. So yeah, might get in a little bit of trouble if not. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to scale up to the same degree over on the other side as well for the circuit boards. That at least should ensure that I don't start running dry on those like high volume items quite as quickly. So that's something I'm happy with. So now that that's the case, I can also rip this out. Which I just, yeah, casually having like 400 magnets just sitting in my inventory. So yeah, let's fix that. Put in a depot here, jam all of these in, and then set them to do that. It's probably not going to be required for a while yet, but at least it gets them out of my inventory.
Flight mode.
Okay, so now that we're planning a trip to planet number 4 in the solar system, well, yep, cool. Yeah, we'll count the gas giant. Sure, why not? So need a bunch of fuel for the trip, which I'm gonna just jam a bunch of that in there. Let's fill it up, but not too badly. This seems to be sort of wait, right. Can actually probably scale that up, to be honest. You then get into the vicious cycle around power generation. So yeah, I can run it off the same bus as well. So that's nice. Run just a belt over for the graphite. Do I have enough of these in my inventory? I bet you I don't. So I can produce one. I think that's just out of stone. The stone blocks is what's holding that up.
Flight mode.
Stone blocks. Plasma exciters as well. Just grab some of these.
Replication complete.
So that'll be done in a minute or so. Cool.
Replication complete.
Yeah, when you get towards the later stages of the later stages of the game, it you sort of go, wow, it really surprises me like how much sort of stuff this entire scenario like requires you to run. Like in particular the infrastructure that runs yellow science, I found to be really hungry on like organic crystals, which are a really quite inefficient process before you can find the thing that you can distill distill it more efficiently out of, which in the game I'm playing off stream is well outside of the solar system. It kind of requires like warping units to be able to get there efficiently. Okay, so now that that's done, it's not going to help me for this wave, so let's jump over to tech and use the ones that are in inventory. Do I not have enough? Good lord. So yeah, I must have used a whole bunch of them up. Okay, so those have already been consumed.
Replication complete.
Okay, so I'll end up 5 short. Right, fine with that for the time being. Although that is also progressing pretty quick. So once that's done, can I just... Yeah, I can. Okay, so let's add another X-ray cracker over here. Yeah, I always forget which end of this goes where. So yeah, if I nest it like that, then that'll build it right next to it. I love how it puts up like, oh, this is a signal tower guide, as though put it down and watch the things attack wasn't self-explanatory enough. But you know, I would much rather like a bit too much tutorial than not enough tutorial. Yeah, it's usually a bad sign when you're having to get on the internet to like just look up basic stuff associated with the way your infrastructure runs. Okay, so jam that in at the start, and that's usually enough to do it. No, and as usual, I've started at the wrong end of the belt. Okay, let's pick that up real quick. Put that thing back where it came from also helped me. I've accidentally picked up a bit of combustible that I didn't intend to as well. Okay, so that should de-bottleneck this to a greater or lesser extent. Cool, let's grab another stack of that. Okay, so for the trip over, I'm going to need a smelting array, so that's 6 of those. Right, cool, got that. Mining machines, Tesla towers, yep, got those. Yep, inserters, belts, cool. So, solar panels, buildings require circuit boards, copper and silicon. I think we can manage that. Given that it's going to be like a fairly low volume sort of scenario, I'm going to grab a stack of iron, a stack of copper, and yeah, just to see if I can manufacture those in situ. Do I have enough time? No, I don't have enough time for that. Yeah, because I can put a couple of turret emplacements down, like just where I think they might go, but it's really just estimated guesswork, and I'd prefer not to leave anything to chance there. Cool, so now that we've got that, let's finish that off.
Upgrade complete.
So, voila, which is French for, and then I found out. Okay, so, yeah, so I mentioned I need circuit boards, and then I just picked up a few and went on my merry way. So yeah, I'm gonna, need more than a few for that. So that's 10 each. Yeah, I should probably pick up a couple of stacks of copper as well. Just best for everyone. Oh cool, I already got one as a bit of a reward for finishing that thing off. So that'll do for now. Over there. Right, so what do I need for distribution? Planetary logistics requires thruster. That's cool and all. So those do require processors. That's just 800 blue science, so queue that up. And yeah, do I want thruster requires hydrogen fuel rod. It's at least just 400 red science, so we'll get that happening
Upgrade
too.
complete.
Requires 1,000 energy matrix. Not the news I wanted to get, but it's gonna happen regardless. So yeah, stepping on the gas pedal in terms of the energy that I'm consuming will make the dark fog attack a bit quicker. Which is a little bit what I want now. God, that's basically being used for circuit boards, and that's it. So. Okay. Did I get another level in vertical construction? Not yet. Yeah, because that's just 400 red science out the door.
Flight mode.
So, it's not like I'm running short or anything like that, because I think, oh no, I can get this from the dashboard. Yeah, sure. So, so yeah, they're being consumed. So they're being produced, they're being consumed, and because that's just 800 blue science, then so having trouble keeping up? Nah, not really. Although in comparison, let's just chuck another one in there just for safety. That is also lower efficiency because of the way the belt is structured. So we'll take a break again in a few minutes. Yeah, it's low-key bad for your health to just sort of just sit down for long periods of time. So you know, the figure that people keep quoting is that like, sitting is the new smoking, which I'm not sure I 100% agree with, because it seems to just oversimplify the entire issue. But oh, again with the mag rings, good lord. Okay. So yeah, I think if I'm gonna end up scaling this up a little bit more, then I'm gonna want to have, of course, love it, belt to nowhere. Yeah, I think I started running it across so that I could automate depot production. Then quickly figured out that the iron belt is on the other side of the bus and it's really inconvenient. And sure, I can run a belt just straight over the top, but that's just convoluting the situation for no real benefit. So let's cool, let's get it started. Blue science and go. Oh, I don't know, you can do it. Sometimes pretty fickle about where it wants to have joins put in. So go to that way just because we're getting half as much throughput. I don't want it to bottleneck. Good lord, if I had a $1 for every time I've said bottleneck this stream. It's not going to be the end of it either. Regret to inform you, dear viewers. Okay. So I'm also going to put one of my like storage modules over here too. So
Insufficient materials.
there's yeah, otherwise you just get this entire thing just filled up with blue science, which while great and all, later on in the game you really do have to think about like effectively economy of scale and having efficiency in your production lines. So sure, that's like eating up like 40 kilowatt hours, like, and not accomplishing very much, but you know, considering that technically speaking, the reference rate is consuming more than it's producing. If at some point, like the hydrogen fuel rod requires 400 red science, so yeah, if I like, there's 400 stored there, and this just sort of means that the entire thing doesn't just comes to a screaming halt all at once. Okay, so after having done that, that's now bottlenecked because I haven't handled the output properly. So considering that, let's go like cool. If I'm going to put in an extra line of doodahs over there, then I'm probably going to want to run it this way. Oh, that's going to get a bit messy. Why are you not wanting to, like, inserter? You've got one job. Come on. Don't build things on the meridian, Nick. Okay. Just to put a nice little bow on that. We'll go like this. Ah, beautiful. Excellent. Now we're walking the talk. Too far. Okay, so they're heading directly for me. Just catch these. Yeah, before you start taking things like structural reinforcement, then like just, yeah, buildings kind of just fold like paper. Okay, right, so now that that's over and done with, let's fill up with fuel and let's get started. So, so I've got my half dozen arc smelters. So does this plant have titanium as well? At which point I am probably going to want to double up just to make it a bit more fuel efficient. Yeah, it does. Right, so let's build out another 6 of these. So I get more, so I'm good for belts, but I'm probably going to want some, so do I have any miners? Miners, yes, no, yep, cool, I've got 2 of those, that should do. Cool, I've got lost. So, again, life imitating art. I get lost in real life pretty often as well. So, let's set ourselves a marker and get going. Love this. Okay, so it's 2 astronomical units away. Hit the wrong button yet again. And it's not in a very convenient orbit either, but you know, what are you going to do? Okay, so process is done. So do I need to take care of anything before I go? Fractionation is not high on my priorities list right now. Okay, that requires thruster, as has been previously covered. So I'll just in-queue that. It might take a hot second to get there, but cool, let's go.
Cruise mode.
Let's give it the beans. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, because there's no combustible fuel over there, I have to be a little bit careful about how much I'm taking with me and how much I'm burning, because once that's gone, that is gone. I am stuck over there. Predictably didn't bring any iron with me. Friggin' classic. Cool, so we're gonna get there in, what, 2 minutes? Seems about right. So that means I've got about 2 minutes to have a think about whether I actually want thruster out of this, or if I'd rather have something like vertical construction. The drone speed problems are kind of getting a little bit under my skin right now, so I'll put a bit of work into that. Yeah, we'll enqueue that, and that requires structure matrix. So probably do us for now. That requires structure matrix as well. Just make sure I'm not overshooting. That has happened on more than one occasion. So we've got the intent to manufacture signal towers. My experience is that it is easier to sort of have its own, get a couple of depots happening, have its own production line in situ over on the planet you're going to. So that probably requires more smelters, but I'm wanting to conserve my iron real quick for that, so I don't have to duplicate things. So ultimately we've got what's the space dark fog hive? Yeah, there we go. So our ultimate goal here is to hit the point where we're sort of like getting like frigate fleets and things of that nature. Just making sure I don't face check straight into the enemy base over here. Okay, so I'm going to centralize this real quick. So this will... Excellent. So this is where I'm going to focus all of my stuff, because that'll mean that I don't have to put up quite so much defense infrastructure. So, will 6 do me? Do better than 6? Not out of this patch, I don't think.
Research complete.
Chuck down that solar panel. I'll maybe put it over here. Not that it matters over the short term, but... And we're starting all over again. Okay, so cool, let's smelt some silicon. Right. Okay, and yeah, this is absolutely a spot where we're going to want a storage facility as well, and probably just gonna put that there and leave it. Okay, so power production over here. It's not great right now, but that's to be expected. Yeah, there we go. It's bloody stalled out. Okay, so I think I'm just going to pocket craft some silicon just to get this in. Oh, can I? Is that... Okay, I can't make that, but I can make this. Okay. Leave all of that off the belt. Yeah, remembering that the replicated running the replicator does take up power, so I do have to just sort of keep an eye on that. I've got plenty of fuel in in the back of that. Oh, and the sun's gone down as well, so that won't be helping.
Replication complete.
But now that that's done, put another one. Oh, womp womp. But I'm also not gonna like be let's see, where's the enemy base over there? Right, so that's yeah, basically on the opposite face of the planet. Yeah, so these lose efficiency if they're not pointed directly at the sun. So let's put down another one of those. And yeah, even if they're like yeah, so they take a moment to get to full capacity as the sun comes up on the relevant side of the planet, and then yeah, they are okay. So let's make another one. Excellent. And I've left without circuit boards too. Awesome. So everything at home seems to be ticking along just fine. I don't think you can go look at it, but so this is riveting entertainment. So so it should be up again in another like 3 minutes or so.
Replication complete.
But, yeah, I think I could see that just sort of peeking over the horizon there. Yep. So it'll be 'tis the east and Juliet is the sun. Cool. Yeah. Got any classic literature folks in the chat currently? Didn't think so. Cool. So, bearing in mind that I do have to watch my power consumption here.
Research complete.
Beautiful. Yeah, realistically, I'm probably not going to want to leave without a at least a couple of stacks of silicon, and that just, you know, it's going to take as long as it takes, I guess. So yeah, this is not an efficient way of doing it. Don't do this. It's, yeah, so I think I'll just probably sit on that for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna leave titanium production until I can start dealing with this whole scenario a little bit more efficiently. Okay. Oh, we've got movement.
Replication
Awesome.
complete.
So it'll take a second to really ramp up to full production, because yeah, there's a reference rate there is yeah, so there's 2 silicon ore that goes into every 1 high purity silicon. So this is the reason why I'm not manufacturing this out of stone, right? So it takes 10 stone to create 1 silicon ore, and it takes 2 silicon ore to create 1 silicon ingot. So that's effectively 20 stone per silicon, which is an appalling conversion ratio. And then you're also losing some of that to oh right, so you want to put it in the box, right? Cool.
Insufficient materials.
Of course.
Upgrade complete.
So I think I'm going to run out of iron before I run out of anything else. But yeah. getting accumulators manufactured and running, I think is gonna 65% intensity. Okay, is the sun setting already? Yeah, it must be. At least if I've got all of this running like decently, then I can kind of leave it to accumulate silicon. So just as a little hacky way of like putting this together now, I'm gonna just add another one of those. Oh no! Don't have the tech to be able to like manufacture.
Replication complete.
Yeah, cool. Right. Yeah, that classic thing of I'm not going to bother investing in it because I don't have the raw materials, and then oh no, now I'm in the position where I'm trying to, and I don't have the oh, that's going to annoy me, and I don't have the tech to be able to do it. Oh no, it's a problem of my own creation. Okay, that's at least now 100% done.
Upgrade
So
complete.
more construction drones. Okay, so that's going to take 5 minutes, so we're just going to park that. And oh, that threat's building really fast. So yeah, I think I'm just going to have to grab and run. It'll be probably an hour before I have to deal with it. But yeah, after this like planetary cycle. So that's, oh god, that's using power at idle. Right, so I should grab that out. So I'm just going to, at the end of this cycle, I'm just going to grab whatever has been manufactured, and then I'm just going to run. So still running, still running. Okay, now we're starting to run into problems. So we'll go like that, and then thieve all of it off of the belt. So cool. Now let's get going back to primary manufacturing. So it's in orbit around this gas giant, so let's just chuck an indicator there.
Flight mode.
And let's get going.
Cruise mode.
Okay, and escape velocity. Cool. Yep, plenty of fuel. Beautiful. Cool. And yeah, when we get back, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll get back into it for the last session for today. Okay, so what are we doing with the silicon? Right, it's a great question. Glad you asked. Okay, so it's required for processor production. So we've got processors unlocked. So processors require semiconductor material components, which require silicon, and that'll use my copper bus for that. And I'll then add a production line that combines circuit boards and crystalline components into processors, which in turn will become logistics, like logistics hubs and logistics drones. Which just requires me to put a little bit more thought into engine production, and that'll make my entire or that'll go a fairly long way to making my production line a bit more efficient, in terms of that I don't have to put quite so much thought into where I'm putting like belt networks. Belts are always more energy efficient, so you do have to think about that a little bit. But when you've got high value, like high volume components like circuit boards and mag rings that that you're just sort of pumping out all day every day, then it's really worthwhile to be able to have them going into planetary logistics to just load balance that, pardon me, across your entire factory. It also means that once I start having to really spool up my hydrogen production, that it means I can sort of have the hydrogen going into a single planetary logistics station, and then it goes and gets manufactured into, like, pick a thing, into like fuel rods, which makes my energy production a lot more versatile and less dependent on, say, coal. So coal produces 2%, 2.7 megajoules per unit burnt, and in contrast, hydrogen fuel rods, wherever the hell they are, hydrogen fuel rods burn 54, and sure, that's 10 hydrogen and 1 titanium. In terms of how much hydrogen produces, however, so I have a recipe that does that. No, of course I don't.
Flight mode.
That's a significant step up from what things of this nature do. So that's 9 megajoules. It burns for longer. Gee, I wonder if I can just use the output for this as sort of secondary power. Yeah, it's a thought, actually. Right. Anyhow, so this is at 26% threat currently. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chuck down a smelter real quick. After this is all said and done, and then I'm just going to manufacture as many silicon crystals as I need, because that's not a high value component. It's not a high volume component, sorry. So yeah, we don't have just huge amounts of redundant components just sort of kicking around the place. I think, yeah, that's been gated by these bad boys. So do I have the volume of inputs? Okay, so that's where some of these problems are coming from. So I'm gonna, let's rip out some trees here. Will the deforestation never end? And what I'm gonna do is, so that's why I'm not running a hydrogen driven power supply, I guess. So chuck a splitter in here. Connect that so I don't get screwed over in the interim. Oh, please no. Yeah, really should have put a bit more thought into that, hey? Oh, shit. Well, it's not a race. Cool, so we'll take that out and just have to reassemble it. I have just no idea why Dyson Sphere program insists on handling belts the way that it does. It could be a quirk of the way the Unity engine works, maybe. But so considering that, let's start running belts. it's effectively being artificially having its lunch cut by insufficient hydrogen input. Because like these are still like working, but we'll start running into problems a bit later if I don't sort of shore it up. Right. Yeah. Longer term, the gas giant that this is currently orbiting around has a source of something called fire ice, which is a source of hydrogen and graphite, as well as native hydrogen on it. So that's a sort of long-term solution to the problem I'm having now, but that doesn't really help me in the interim. So, and all of this is ready. Yeah. So the relative lack of production is sort of cutting all of these off from running like operations. So should speed things up a little bit. Love to see it. Starting to suffer from belt efficiency problems as well. So, excellent. Cool. So I want that to be set to this, so it takes... okay, cool. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So if I take 6 of these, I think I need 6 for a single signal tower. Just jam that in there real quick. Yeah. Grab those, pick that back up. And make ourselves a signal tower. So that in conjunction with munitions turrets, which I don't think I'm going to need a huge amount of, so it's not worth setting up a production line for it at this stage. Will basically mean that I can just sort of like leave this as is. I'm going to pinch all of this as well, so that I can make munitions boxes for this as well. So, where am I going to put it? Probably not too far off the coast here. They'll be naturally attracted to it just because that's how the game mechanics work. But, they also act as their own power field. So, so you don't need to have like a ton of Tesla towers around or anything like that. So defense, let's go, right, signal matrix here. As I start moving out a little bit further for resources, then I'll have to rip this out, but hopefully I will have kicked out the planetary base by that time, and that won't be a huge problem. So, and boom. Cool. Guess we're all sorted. Do I want a battlefield base as well? Yeah, probably. So, yeah, there's the crystalline components. Yeah, it's cool that I could just manufacture one of those. So that will mean that I then don't have to come over here to refill them with health, and that they'll get repaired in combat and things of that nature. Do I want a bit more ammunition there? Probably. Jeez, taking a second. Yeah, so that'll move to level 1 threat probably after this raid. So yeah, ideally I'd like to kick them out before it hits level 2, because they get progressively harder to dislodge. But I've only had a limited amount of success doing that without just layering like massive numbers of missile turrets, which then request a whole heap of like all like munitions etc., and you end up bogging down your entire factory just to supply this one thing. So yeah, after I've got like deuterium, etc., online, then that suddenly becomes a lot easier. Anyway, it's been like 3 hours, so it's well and truly time for us to take a break. Let's go take a break, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. Much love. Welcome back. Just responding to chat real quick. So do I want quesadillas or rice noodles for dinner? I want probably quesadillas. Love me a bit of cheese. You know, I don't know if they're baked in the oven or under the grill or what have you, but never gonna say no to a quesadilla. So, just gonna run another ad for the stream real quick. This stream is supported by viewers just like you.
Flight mode.
So you see the like tip goal sort of scenario happening. As I've said earlier, I'm saving for surgery right now. So any contributions that you make go to supporting that, and also go towards making it so that the only ad you hear in this my stream is this one. So yeah, if you got a couple of bucks and you feel like you want to chip that in, that's it never goes unappreciated. Anyway, what were we doing? Okay, I think we were moving towards the processor pipeline. So, circuit boards and semiconductors. So, I'm going to set up the semiconductor microcrystalline component. Same deal. Semiconductor pipeline, but I'm going to do the circuit board pipeline first. I'm going to do the exact same thing as what I did over here. I'm going to move that over to run off of the where am I going with that? Okay, so yeah, I'm going to disassemble the iron pipeline, iron bus over here, and then go replace it with something that's a little bit more large scale, because this will just chew down resources like nothing. So, do I think that that will handle just here? So, input, right, so across all of the copper sort of stuff that's going on over there, like got plenty. So I think I'll just chuck a splitter in here and then move on with my life. We'll probably be streaming for about another half hour. So, just chuck a splitter in here. You know, why reinvent the wheel? Cool. Problem solved. How are we going for power? Plenty. P equals plenty. Love it. So let's run some of this, go around the power pole. Yeah, there's construction drones getting that happening. So I think I cancelled out of a whole bunch of upgrades because I wanted to move towards the silicon crystal production a little bit faster. Okay, so let's just knock over a couple of these real quick. Distribution range is something I'm going to want at some point, but not now. This is sort of starting to get to the point where you need like yellow science happening. Yeah. So I don't have any like facilities that really require, any blueprints that really require like a 900 facility cap. So I think we can probably safely give that a miss for a second. Reconstruction marking at 1 a second versus 3. Not really dealing with dark fog sort of incursion enough to warrant that at the moment, I think. So titanium smelting, energy storage requires magnetic field generators. Right, so that's over here. Slope limits, classic. Okay, no, I needed thrusters for this planetary logistics. Let's back into drones maybe. Nah. It's applied superconductor in there to get a bit of graphite happening. I can go with tier 2 assembly, but that requires graphite as well, so I don't have the production line for that, and it's not a high priority to me right now. So yeah, we'll knock over a couple of these fairly easy ones while we get all of the like circuit board production sort of stuff happening. So I think I'll orient the... Actually, do I need more? No, I don't. Okay, I've got enough for one more. So I'll my smelter over here. Actually, because of the amount of just the amount of stuff I'm building, I'm going to chuck in a battlefield analysis base here, because it has construction drones that come along with it. So that'll just speed up this whole ordeal like a lot more. Of course, I need more power poles. Longer term, I'm gonna get sort of like the power pole like manufacturing happening with a logistics system, so that I can basically just put it over here and it will just fly them out to me. Okay. Check that in the reactor. Free up an inventory slot. Speaking of,
Replication complete.
okay, so from there, let's see, probably want to orient it this way. Do I have enough assemblers for that? No.
Flight mode.
Go over to my assembler. Cool. And 2 item, that should do for now. Have it set. Okay, which way do I want to snake it? Right. Yeah, that'll do.
Upgrade complete.
Stop. I already had one in my inventory. Neat. Okay, there we go. Oh shit. That's not what we're looking to manufacture here. Yeah. It's a bit more like it.
Flight mode.
because that's the only area where copper is being manufactured, I can probably just rip out that entire bus, to be honest. So, that bad boy's finished making its way through. Cut it off there, probably. Nice bit of free space there. Okay, so reverse the direction of that. Oh, no. Gotta leave a buffer zone for incline. Yeah, it is. Oh, excellent. Cool. More transport belts. Probably don't need 1,200 of them, but, you know, never be too careful. Okay. So, now that's sorted. So that will leave room for, oh no, shouldn't have ripped that out, my bad. I guess we're doing the shameful thing where we, go back and put stuff back down. Whoopsies.
Research complete. Replication complete.
Open ended two item. No, sorry, I'm yeah, I'm getting fatigued. Turns out streaming is a little bit tiring. It's in the way there. Foundation problems. A little anatomical divot or something. Yeah. Yeah, blink and you miss it.
Insufficient materials.
Cool. Need iron. This entire ordeal gets a lot easier once you've got distributors in the mix, because again, you can just tell it to bring you some. It's a bit more copper. This is well and truly surplus requirements, but yeah, this because let's see where we're going. We're going to processors. Yeah, crystalline components do, like, because they end up going into a bunch of different things, they like do tend to suck things down, and well, I've got the resources here, I may as well use them. Okay, so
Replication complete.
have I left myself with enough space to work here? Maybe. I simply need some foundations happening. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, let's take these bad boys out. Oh, I've done the thing with the rise and run again, haven't I? Great. So want a 2 item, so just barely not enough space. Love that for all of us. So let's rethink this and put it over here instead. Because yeah, just because of the volume involved. No, oh, that's my other thing. Just because of the volume involved, you do have to like go. Okay, so these two things are leading into each other, which means necessarily that they should be basically leading into each other. So it requires copper and silicon, so that's going to have one production line just there. Beautiful. And the other one is silicon and circuit boards. So leaving enough room to move there. Cool. Done. Really, just out of range, huh? I've got another one. Silicon on one. Actually, does this require both things? No, it doesn't. Okay. Not showing my ass with that. Famous last words. I'm like, oh, am I really going to need this many transport belts? Yes, yes you are. So these guys in here. Watch this, I will have messed up the indent there. So let's go like that. Okay, never punished. And oh, this is gonna be a crime against crime against efficient engineering. Great.
Research complete.
It's all temporary until I get like planetary logistics happening anyway. So we'll make it work. Okay. That's not where I want it. No, we'll put it like this. Close. No. Okay, so I'm gonna shift enter. In the interim, there's going to be a bunch of like moving between two planets, basically just ferrying things back and forward, which I'm broadly pretty fine with, but is absolutely something I'm going to look to automate away as quickly as I can. So it's not exactly peak gameplay. Cool. Let's go like this. And we want processors. cut out as much dead space as what we can. I'll run a belt across there. This is going to get pretty complicated pretty quick, but you know, if we left enough space for that. Doesn't look like it. So we're going to go up here. Flawless. Okay. Go. So, a bunch of milestones ahead of us. So, in terms of building the initial stuff. Right, so what are we building here? We're building logistics drones, which require engines, which I don't think I have a production line for just yet. Engines are mag rings and copper. Okay. So yeah, over the short term, while I just get things running, I'm just gonna make a small production line just for that.
Flight mode.
I don't think it justifies its own, like, you know, major sort of happening, I should say. Okay. And yeah, more transport belts will not go astray either. 'Cause, even though that's, you know, I'm not running it, you know, I'm not driving it like I stole it at the moment. It's certainly gonna start biting me at some point. Yeah, it's not that it's not sustainable, it's just, you know, it's just a bit inefficient to just keep tacking on extra power stations and hoping that it works. And distributor logistics just absolutely suck down the power. So cool, and I've got a point where these cross over as well, so that's basically ideal. Cool.
Insufficient materials.
That is way too close. Well done. Definitely do not need that much of that. So yeah, longer term I can basically just put a logistics distributor up here, and that'll probably be one of the first things I do, to be honest, because that will then let me just fly engines over. We'll probably hit the point where I'm starting to build things out with logistics, and then we'll stop the stream. Okay, so we also need logistics hubs, which are these guys. So that needs plasma exciters, which probably means that I need to... do I just fly them over eventually? Okay, so that requires a 3-item input, one of which is iron, which predictably I don't have over here just yet. It's starting to feel pretty good that I didn't just rip that whole production line out, because now I can go... Oh, that's magnets. Yeah, cool. So, we'll go like that. Of course it requires 3. This is the exact thing I'm trying not to do in terms of like crossing over belts. But you know, again, all of this is going to have to come out. So grab the right thing? Yes. It's great to know. So it's not exactly high volume iron happening over on that bus anyway, so... Okay, so what do we got here? So ultimately want just probably 2 or so assemblers. Now let's think this out, because otherwise we're going to start running into problems. So so for this I'm just going to walk them over the short term. And same with the logistics bots. So right, so we've got iron and processors is I think the 2 like production lines we're looking to run. So let's go. And yeah, also want space for depots to output their production too. So let's go 1. Actually, no, I'll run the processor line first, because that seems a bit more of an intelligent way to go about it. Go 1, 2. Go logistics drone and distro hub. Cool, so let's go get some engines and plasma exciters. So, oh, still going on that, huh? Okay, probably don't need quite that many. What are you doing there? Okay. 3, yep, cool. I think I put the engine production somewhere over here. Just grab all of those. Engines were for this guy here, so let's build out a couple more depots.
Replication complete.
Oh, might have just caused myself a bit of a problem. So it would be undoubtedly more efficient to have it just feeding straight into the distributor, but it's also not, I don't have enough space, so yeah. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own past actions. So what we'll do is do it like that and then just feed it in from the side. So is that too close for a inserter? Yep, yeah it is. Doesn't matter how many times I've got to learn this lesson apparently. So let's chuck that there. let's yeah, I don't think I have to worry about volume here. Oh, not just yet anyway. So it's plasma exciters in there. So engines in here. I bet you that's too close as well. Yeah. 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 There's a lot. There's a lot of skill happening here. Engines going in here. Cool. Yeah, love it. So those. So let's start distributor logic. Okay, so it's request from distributor, and then we need drones that go into it. Yeah, some of those will be popping out right now, so let's fill that up there. Probably don't need like a full crate of them. Realistically, I'll run out of, yeah, there we go, speak of the devil. Yeah, I'll run out of processors before I run out of anything else, so cool. Just enough for that much.
Flight mode.
And jump over to the engine room over here. This might actually be too far, which, you know, big if true. Yeah, let's test that theory for a second. Logistics, right. Yep, out of range. I love it. So, can I get... Cool. So, in the interim though, so I have to start thinking about where our next shipment of silicon's coming from. So, we're fairly okay on that general front. So just to stop from running into the issue I've run into last time. So I've got plenty of copper on board. I'll take a whole stack of circuitry with me as well. Make sure I'm loaded up with combustible fuel, then we'll start looking to make a move. Okay, so it's 5 circuits per 5 circuits per solar panel. I probably want to take a defense turret with me too. It's not going to be much good without the accumulator, unfortunately, so that's something we've got to work towards. Not deuterium fractionation. Energy storage. Mag field generator. Those require superconductors to be able to do, or like big, like blue zoomies is what I call them. So they're very accurate and mature. So I think we take that first. Yeah, no shit, it requires that. So yeah, there's yeah, some problems associated with having like off-world manufacturing when you don't actually have a stable power source, and solar is really the only way to do that on that planet anyhow. So
Upgrade complete.
go. Hey, there they go. Look at them. Go get them, guys. But as you will start to see pretty soon, there is a fairly steep jump in power. They recharge when they hit the distributor, so you'll start seeing like little power spikes sort of start to happen. So where are they? Yeah, so logistics distributors. So you start scaling those up and not using them like effectively, and then you start having some pretty serious problems associated with that. Need another prism gem. Yeah, probably need to scale up that as well. But, I'm gonna want an assembler for these first, so that's still dependent on silicon. So yeah, I'm happy to leave that to it. But, so do we have everything we need? For the time being, yeah. So, yeah, just as insurance against my future self, I'm gonna grab a bunch of graphite out of here. And yeah, not before a time it seems like. So that's bottlenecked that entire section there. It's fortunately not doing too awfully, but cool. Let's get an indicator happening, and yeah, we'll set the sat nav. It's oh, of course, it's all the way over there. So let's get going. Yeah, my first major contact with Dyson Sphere program was on my, I was playing it on my MacBook, which is not set up for gaming and really shouldn't be. And I have absolutely no idea how I did all of that with a trackpad. You know, sinking 50 hours into it, going, yes, more, love it. Okay, so next steps. I think I'll just pick this one up as a value pick, just to do something with it. Proliferators are useful when you start hitting like scale where you're not really worrying about power, but they suck down a huge amount of power. So like work consumption of 90 kilowatt hours, and just you know, that starts adding up really significantly, and that's before you factor in the cost of manufacturing these guys, and also yeah, it's really only worth it when you don't have like power supply problems to worry about as well. But you know, with that said, there's a certain art to constructing large-scale factories in such a way as that it allows for neat and tidy proliferator systems as well. So yeah, I haven't taken a point in proliferator yet, but we'll see. We'll see. I think that's the enemy base. Oh no, it's just cratering. So where are we working here? Here we go. Straight in. Right. This seems to be going a bit better. Yeah. Cool. Let's find something to do with this. So considering realistically this is the only place on the I've got set up for manufacturing solar panels, I think I'm just gonna set up a like an assembler here, to do that on my behalf. So requires solar panel. So that's copper, silicon, and circuit board. So I've got the silicon just here. Too close. Yep. Too close.
Insufficient materials.
Oh, cool. Any stone around here? Lots, as it turns out.
Flight mode.
With solar panels.
Replication complete.
That is too far away. So, we certainly don't need this to start generating a stack of them. So, just dump all of the copper in there. And yeah, of course it's chosen now to go dark. And chuck all of our circuit boards in here, all 100 of them. So, okay, so the threat's not building up like what I thought it might, but still need to get back just in case something happens. The worst case scenario is that it starts, like the dark fog starts blowing away at all of my production tanks, because like once that's spilled on the ground, it is gone. So let's get back there before. Before that starts being an issue, you know?
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Next time I'm over there, which will probably be next time on the stream, I'm going to set up titanium manufacturing, because I'll actually have the power infrastructure to support it. And yeah, hopefully by then I will have achieved the ability to assemble these bad boys. Speaking of, so it's this. I don't think we need the extra oil at this point to justify that. But yeah, that requires thruster, and yeah, so just need to bite the bullet and do it. I'm not thrilled about spending that much red science on one tech, because yeah, like there's only so much you can store, but it's got to be done at some point. So yeah, once I can get that dealt with a bit more efficiently, then that'll help out a lot, I think. And even though, I don't think there's crude oil over on the planet I've been using for silicon mining, but yeah, if I can set it up over there, then I think that'll probably be a bit more efficient. like if I can get like hydrogen happening. Right, where am I? Yep.
Flight
Yeah.
mode.
Anyway. Yeah, looks like a nice enough place to go on a holiday or something. So that should be enough silicon to keep us going for the foreseeable future at least. So yeah, I think that's what we were missing there. So here we go. Straight in. So from there, like just waiting until it spits out some crystalline components. I think I'll just chuck an extra inserter there. Okay. Yeah, and that's one of the issues with not having your like you have to be really careful with it with distributor systems that you don't accidentally end up sucking a whole bunch of resources out of the rest of your factory as a result. So speaking of distributors, let's put one of those on there and we'll go like that. So so these will just be for distributing to the bot that I'm controlling right now. So go like that. And I don't think logistics drones are used in things like sorry, logistics bots are different to logistics drones.
Flight mode.
Right, where's all your power gone? What's sucking the life out of all of this? Oh, it's all of the smelters suddenly having to work. Right. It's power surge go brr. So yeah, it's research happening. It's me unclogging part of my production line. It's yeah, kind of a perfect storm if you think about it. Okay, so how are we gonna fix that? Right, chuck a stack of that in there. Probably don't need quite so much as that. Yeah. I wonder if I need another
Insufficient materials.
liner there. Oh, again with the magnetic rings. Haven't I suffered enough? So copper. There we go. Okay. No, I think that seems to have sorted it. Great. Yeah, so I wonder if I can. Yeah, I might be able to add another inserter here. To sort of try to load balance that, because I've got two on one side and one on another, and it seems to be just starving the entire thing. But now that I've done that, I need to add another
materials.
mining doodah. And, I'm gonna cross the streams on this whole thing. Trying not to interfere unduly with that. Right, where to next?
Flight
Let's
mode.
see if this has started spitting out anything I can use. Okay, I think we go with just one stack for that. So I'm gonna set this up so that it distributes distribution drones to me, and gonna do it so that it distributes distributors to me. Counterintuitive as that may sound. So do I pick now to... Okay, so now to address the whole things not moving very fast across the factory sort of issue. Actually, do I want... Yeah, we do. Just, it's probably best for everyone. I'm going to start building out something that will scale up the transport belt side of things, so it requires gears and iron. So that's just a pretty simple 2-item sort of scenario. We don't need a full like 6-item distributor, but assembler distributor network, but it's the kind of thing where you always need more than what you think you will. So yeah. So that requires electromagnetic turbines, which requires engines, which I think yeah, I haven't really invested heavily in. So that requires a 3-item sort of scenario, and because it's like being used in, it's not even being used in that. It's basically being used in engines and assemblers and transport belts, and that's pretty much it. So in terms of scaling this up a little bit more effectively, because tier 2 like transport belts and things of that nature start so it uses these as a raw input for this in conjunction with these. So you effectively have to have a static bus just for each of those. This is one of the reasons why I'm sort of scaling up all of the magnetic ring sort of things, so that I can use them more effectively in like planetary distributors. So yeah, but just for starters, I think we're just going to chuck in a couple of assemblers here and just use the existing bus. It's just fairly, like, it's a fairly low effort solution, to be honest, and it'll just get us started on the right track. Because at this stage I don't need a full production line just for that, but at the same time it does absolutely I will need more of these than I think I will. So let's go like this. This. And put a power pole in between the lot of them. Okay, and where do we go from there? Okay, so, right, there's my problem. Um, yeah, so that is not sufficient for that production. So these require, that's a 3 item because of course it is. I can set up like just a 3 item assembler distributor, but that starts getting a bit unwieldy pretty quick. Yeah, gee, I have to have a bit more of a think about that. Okay, so in the interim, while I have a bit of a think about my life choices and the things that have led up to this, I'll just put a depot over here. Okay, ran a stone brick line to mitigate my own short-sightedness. Yep, cool. Probably don't need like 20,000 of them. So let's see what my autonomous defense network is getting up to.
Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
So watch the power consumption here. It's perhaps not going to go like it's not going to run out of power, not by any stretch of the imagination, but you'll certainly see a bit of a dip on the graph. So, yeah.
Insufficient materials.
Should handle it on its own, but it's just, yeah, always getting a little bit leery anytime I don't have anything that will autonomously repair, and I have to remember to go back and fix it. Just a bad time for everyone. Okay, so right, so I think, cool, in terms of next steps, because we're going to finish up the stream pretty soon, in terms of next steps, moving towards planetary logistics, because this will solve a lot of the problems associated with moving tier 2 components around. You can sort of just set up a couple of distributors to do like one specific thing or 2 specific things. Integrated logistics is something else. And yeah, you can sort of put together a whole bunch of these and have big logistics networks that run things from one place to another. But as you can possibly see, this requires a magnetic particle trap as a component, which requires graphene. Graphene requires chemical engineering to get it happening, because this requires sulfuric acid, which is of itself its own production line. So I feel like that's probably a pretty good place to stop for now. So big thank you to everyone who joined the chat today. I really appreciate it, and it has been a lot of fun. So we're gonna call it quits here, and I will see you all next time. I've been messing around with the new patch in Mechabellum, so maybe there'll be a bit more of that. The patch really shook up the meta, and I just haven't had the time to really explore what the strategic implications of that is, and I just kind of have to get through the being bad at the new patch sort of side of things while I get my head around how the metagame works. So yep, we'll call it there. Thanks to everyone who had a chat today. Really appreciate it, and I'll see you all again soon. Take care until then.